Everyone ready? Okay. That's all right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Trustees to order. The first thing we need to do is have an action item to appoint the secretary to the board, and that would be Dr. Rick McLennan. And I would need a motion in a second.
I will move that motion forward.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Trustee Mantus, but Vice Chair Mantus, seconded by Trustee Perez to appoint Dr. Rick McLennan, Secretary to the Board of Trustees. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we have a secretary again. We have our ground rules and our board vision that we have on all our agendas. Chancellor, the recommendation of the agenda, which I know you worked on just the last few days, so just you can say yes. Okay. 1.06 changes to the agenda. We did, in case I blew right by it, we moved the pledge back to public opening of public session. And are there any consent items to be pulled? Okay. Okay. I'll let you have another chance, Josh. All right. And then we have a public comment. Ty Gardner.
Chancellor and members of the board. I'd like to begin with a brief summary of the negotiations process we've had so far. We have continued negotiations over the summer. We are continuing to make progress, and I think that in general, the negotiation process is going well. I would like to state, however, that you are here today in part and for the next meeting this week to discuss many matters that relate to negotiations, in particular, the fact that we are getting down to the point where many of the financial concerns are the remaining topics on the table. Therefore, I wanted to go ahead and address a few of those today, beginning with something that has been heavily on the minds of faculty, and that is the issue of COLA. As you are all aware, the COLA being passed down from the state is, let's just say, large. So the last number I saw was 6.56. And this follows up on COLA in the past couple of years of 5.07, 2.29, and 3.26 if we work our way on back. So as we look at this COLA is provided by the state to deal with the changes in costs, both that we have as individuals trying to live in this area, as well as because it's going to affect other aspects of our finances, other costs that are affecting the school. Therefore, we would like to see this COLA be something you are engaging in discussion about as you talk about the types of offers that the district is going to bring back to AFT. I do want to briefly mention that many faculty have discussed something called COLA Plus. The idea that when we're looking at raises, COLA is what the state is providing, but we may be looking sometimes for something more than that. Maybe that's because we haven't received COLA in the past. Maybe that's because we're receiving additional growth monies. There are a lot of different reasons for that, but I wanted to point out that if we looked at the sum total of COLA over the last 3 years, it would come to 10.62 based on the calculations that I have, which is above the raise that we received at the same time, despite the fact that we were told that our raise was largely going to be compensation for the removal of our old healthcare plan and the replacement with one, which we hope brings the district cost savings and also some kind of stability throughout the future. But I do want to point out that if faculty are still angry about that loss of their health care, it in part may be based on the fact that essentially none of the gains that were made by switching healthcare plans actually made their way to the faculty. There are a couple of other issues you may be discussing. Lab pay equity is another issue that directly affects our ability to hire faculty, particularly within STEM fields, both for our full-time and our part-time instructors, because they can get paid more at any surrounding institution. Of course, we've had to figure out how exactly would we tackle that issue. And thankfully, there was a lab value task force, which put out a report, which I'm sure you are familiar with. And if not, I would definitely suggest taking a look at that. I do want to mention that if we were to increase lab pay and make that similar to lecture pay, there are things we can do to ultimately lower the cost to the district by being more efficient. And I'll give you an example of this, of something that we're looking at doing in my area anyway. We have a couple of courses for majors, Bio 3, Bio 4, which are required for biology majors and for people who are going the pre-med route. And currently there are 2 labs associated with that per week. However, at the state level, they've moved to a system that is more appropriately a lecture and a single lab per week. So by cutting 1 lab per week to align with some of the state recommendations, we would actually be saving some lab costs, even if we were to increase lab pay to be equal to that of lectures. So we're happy to look for efficiencies, and there may be other places we can find such things. I do want to mention that as you look at pay, we're not simply interested in tacking a number onto all of our salaries. We do have very serious pay equity issues, and the lower end of our pay scale is, for lack of a better word, awful. Maybe disheartening would be more appropriate. But it certainly isn't appropriate for a person with a high degree of education who is serving students in our community. And it doesn't help us attract the best talent. So we really have to do something with that lower end of the pay scale, as well as kind of spreading some money out amongst everything else to try to make our salaries competitive with surrounding districts. Now, of course, this directly impacts our way to attract and to retain faculty, as we've seen as we've worked with faculty in my area over the years. How, of course, does this impact students? Well, if we can't attract the best faculty, then other districts get the best faculty. If we can't retain highly skilled faculty, we have turnover, and turnover is always a problem for us, potentially resulting in canceled classes, but maybe just resulting in the inability to provide the best classes. So I'd like you to think about those concepts as you discuss negotiations. I appreciate your time as always. And please feel free to reach out if you have any specific questions that I could help you with, or you have ideas about how AFT can help the district to make the district better for our students. Thank you.
There are no other public comments. Okay, with that, we will adjourn to closed session where we are just discussing 2 items: public employee discipline dismissal, Government Code 54957, 1 case, and 2.03 conference with labor negotiations, AFT SEIU. I'm sorry, I thought this was an open session, that we have a long written comment regarding the COVID vaccine, which we all received and have read. And the rest are, I'm going to save these for. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to closed session. We'll see you hopefully at 4:30. We are returning from closed session where it was moved by trustee Perez, seconded by vice chair Mantooth, and passed with the unanimous vote. Accept the resignation and settlement agreement for employee number 900703634. Next order of business is the pledge. And Azure, will you please lead us? Thank you.
Heart, let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Okay, well, one order of business that we did before we went into closed session, because we had to, the board unanimously voted to appoint Dr. McClellan, our board secretary. So we did do that. And with that, I would like to welcome Dr. McClellan. We're certainly happy to have him here as our chancellor of Ventura County Community College District. And I know we just got started, but the next thing we're going to do is have our little welcome reception. I had you all sit down so you can sit back up and get to know the chancellor. We're going to take a couple pictures. I know some of us are summer casual, but we'll just have to live with that memorialized in pictures forever. So welcome. Because we came out late, we're going to maybe shorten it to about 20 minutes if everyone can do that, and come up and ask them a couple of questions, put them on the spot, whatever you want to do.
Forward to meeting you all. It's great getting started. It's been a while coming. I do appreciate very much the reception I've been given so far. A lot of people trying to help me get up to speed on things that are going on, and there's a lot of good work happening. So I look forward to meeting you all.
Hello? Okay. So welcome back. I hope you all got a chance to at least say hello. And we will move to public comments. I have just one public comment card unless there's someone else, and that is Allison Case Barton. Oh, is it on? I didn't.
Yeah, I just,
Okay, there it is.
so tiptoes were helpful.
You
I
can
guess
lean
I
it
better
down.
lower
There you
it.
go.
Yeah. Okay, good. This is the hardest part. All right. So good afternoon, Chair McKay, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and attendees. My name is Allison Case Barton, and I'm the coordinator of the Moore Park College Student Health Center. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the 3 student health centers in support of continuing the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. As we are all aware, the cases of COVID are once again spreading in our county and state. According to county data, there have been nearly 5,000 cases reported in the last 2 weeks. At the last board meeting, one of the public commenters suggested that because there were just as many COVID cases in the vaccinated population as in the unvaccinated population, that we should continue the mandate because the vaccine isn't working. The raw number doesn't tell the whole story, though. The case rate for vaccinated is about 29 per 100,000 as compared to 51 per 100,000 in the unvaccinated population. The unvaccinated are more than 3 times as likely to be hospitalized as the vaccinated. And while the unvaccinated are only 26% of the population, 58% of the deaths are in unvaccinated persons. So you can see quite a lopsided comparison there. As one can see, though vaccinated people can also contract COVID, the incidence and severity are far less in vaccinated people than in their unvaccinated counterparts. More importantly, though, for purposes of our mandate, according to the CDC, vaccinated people are less likely to spread COVID because their viral load is smaller. That said, we also continue to advocate this mandate be appropriately and consistently enforced across the district. Because as it is now, there is sparse compliance with checking in on the app. And in fact, many new students coming into the student health centers don't even know there's an app to check in spite of the fact that they click the attestation square on their registration process. Employees and students alike are ignoring symptoms, coming to campus sick, and spreading illness. While most recover, those at high risk because of pre-existing conditions are vulnerable to serious illness and long COVID. Lastly, we advocate for professional testing sites on all of the campuses to allow for effective post-exposure testing in the absence of quarantining and under vaccinated people after exposure. Taking these steps would allow us to strike a good balance between health and safety and decreased restrictions for all. Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you.
if I might just make a request, Allison, you're reading from some prepared comments. Would you mind sharing those with, I'd like a copy of it and maybe share it with the board. You can, well, you can, if you like, you can, or email it to, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had 2 other written comments. Robert Preston Pipel asked under the California Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Act that we have more frequent training as mandatory reporters, and that we also have some information on our district website. It's quite lengthy, but each trustee has received a copy, as well as Chancellor McClellan. We also received a written comment from Doreen Renee Butler about the international travel for Moore Park Study Abroad Advisory Committee, and thanking Mary Reese for the work that she's done and the proposal for the trip to Peru that is on our agenda tonight. And again, each of the trustees received a copy of the written comments.
And Chair, I'm sorry, one more.
Yes.
Earlier this evening, Ty Gardner from AFT Local 1828 approached me, and he had forgot to make one additional comment. He wanted to compliment and thank Vice Chancellor of Human Resources, Laura Barroso, for helping facilitate the resolution of a situation regarding a hiring matter that worked out well. So,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we also, in addition to our new chancellor, we have some new employees tonight to welcome Mackenzie Rasmussen Haggerty at Ventura College, Crystal Salas at Moore Park College, Lee Liu at the District Administrative Center, Maria Magana at Ventura College, Sean Kern at Moore Park College, and finally, an appointment, John Forbes, Vice President of Academic Affairs at Moore Park College. So welcome to all of you as well. We also have recognizing our retirees, Cindy Gullickson from Oxnard College, who began our work with the district on September 14th, 2005, and is going to retire August 5th before our next meeting. And Robert Sube, Oxnard College Director of Facilities and Maintenance, and he began with us in 2014, and his expected retirement date is August 1st. So congratulations on your retirement and enjoy them. Okay. Moving on to our Senate consultations. We have two of you tonight. Does someone have Ventura's? Nope. Okay. We'll start with you, Dr. Edwards.
Test, test. Thank you. 4.02 retirees, just want to say thank you to our bursar, Cindy Gullickson. 17 years of service is a very long time. And Bob Suby, Director of MO, 8 years. We hope they have a great next chapter. 4.03, I'd like to welcome our new chancellor. Welcome. The Academic Senate at Oxnard College hopes for a long communicative relationship. And please join us in the fall for one of our first meetings so you can meet the senators. It'd be lovely to have you there. And then finally, this is a short report, 1801. There are no Academic Senate meetings over the summer, but Senate business, as Eric knows, continues. Faculty work continues. We're working on our ICER for accreditation, multiple hiring committees, working with state policies, AB 928 and AB 1705. And then finally, this is day 68 of the 90-day investigation of our president. The faculty hope that we'll hear the results before the August board meeting, which is after the 90 days of investigation promised. It'd be really nice to start this year, this academic year, without that in process, because it feels like we start that way all the time. Let's start fresh and have a good year. Thank you all.
Go ahead.
Good evening, trustees. Good. Chancellor and other distinguished guests. First of all, it's really nice to see everyone here in person this evening. I like that. At 3.03 and 4.01, welcome to Chancellor McLennan. Very much look forward to working with you and continuing the great work of this district, particularly Moore Park College. Welcome also to Moore Park's new Vice President of Academic Affairs, John Forbes. It's been a pleasure working with him already this past month. There was some overlap with Mary Reese, so thank you to President Sokanu for enabling that. And I look forward to continuing that collaboration. It was also nice to visit with him a little bit at the Curriculum Institute last week. And I'll just comment on 15.03 and 04, the study abroad opportunities for math in South America and music in Europe. I just want to thank the board in advance for your support for these really awesome opportunities for our students. Thank you.
I'm moving to classified. Well, I guess we'll start at the end. Alex? Oh, sorry.
All right. Thank you and good evening. I just only have one item here to talk about. Actually, well, two. Obviously, 3.02, welcome to Dr. McLennan here to the district. We're glad to have you here. And then 4.01, we welcome, on behalf of the DAC Classified, we welcome Lee Lu, Database Administrator, here to DAC and district-wide services. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Just if you can pass it down, Amparo. Thank you.
Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. On behalf of the Oxnard College Classified Senate, I'd like to welcome you, and we look forward to your leadership. I just have a couple of items. Item 4.02, congratulations. I'm basically just mimicking what Emily says here. So congratulations to Cynthia Gullickson and Bob Suby on their retirement. They have done so much work to support Oxnard College, and they will be missed. Item 5.02, I'd like to welcome my colleague April Montes as the Ventura College Classified Senate President. Excited to have you join us on our favorite Tuesday of the month. And finally, to echo Dr. Edwards, today is day 68 of 90 days into the investigation of President Sanchez. The Classified Senate also hopes to have the investigation completed before the next board meeting. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor. This is my first meeting, like Amparo mentioned, and I'm excited to be the Ventura College Classified Senate President. I decided to accept the role a few weeks ago, and I'm excited to work with a lot of my peers. I do want to acknowledge 4.01, Maria Magaña. She is Administrative Assistant at East Campus Ventura College. Thank you again.
Thank you. Is Linda coming in by Zoom or is she not? Okay, great. Then moving on, we will go to our student reports. Trustee Hertzberger, do you want to introduce the students that are here? I didn't mean to throw you off there. Oh. Okay, that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Nishad Kalluri. I'm the Director of Student Advocacy on Associated Students of Moore Park College. This is my first time in person, and hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. We have appointed two people, the two people on our two vacant spots on the board, Sage Tollefson for the Vice President and Jenna McGee as the Director of Sustainability. And want to let you know we are having our trainings every other Wednesday, and our trainings include the Brown Act, the parliamentary procedure, and budgeting and finance. That's it.
Thank you. Any other student reports? Oh. Okay, there you are. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee, and chancellor. My name is Amaris Figueroa, and I'm the Oxnard College Associated Student Governance President. On behalf of ASG, I would like to welcome our new chancellor. Although it's summertime, the Oxnard College Student Government has been hard at working preparing for our upcoming year. Every seat on ASG board has been filled, comprising of 10 ASG officers. Last month, most of our officers attended the Culture of Democracy Summit, where we heard from the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, as she discussed the importance of civic engagement. We are now planning the process of activities to increase student participation and engagement in the upcoming elections. We are currently working on reviewing and updating our constitution and bylaws, as well as actively planning the upcoming year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Okay. Any other students up? I don't see any. Okay. 6.02 student trustee report.
On behalf of the students, or at least just me, I'd like to welcome the new chancellor to his role. We hope you serve us well and to better our education as we go. Other than that, I have not done much this month, but last month, or at least at the end of the month on June 29th, I was able to attend the ASMC, so Moore Park's student government meeting. They generally just talked about the role of government, or not role of government, the role of their students. They had everyone in attendance except 2 students. One was absent because of COVID. The other was not there for unknown reasons, from my knowledge. Other than that, they have a full board now, and they seem to be coming along well. That's all.
Next, we have our committees. I understand policy committee did not meet. So at admin services, Vice Chair Mantooth.
Yes, thank you, Chair McKay. The minutes are included in the board's agenda tonight, and among other things, at the meeting of June 30th, we had received an update on expenditures from the board authorized $2 million allowance from reserves for emergency expenses related to COVID. Also, that was information only. We did take action to approve a number of personnel changes, which are also included in tonight's packet, as well as action approving one-time option for eligible employees to cash out vacation leave necessitated in large measure by the COVID pandemic. And then finally, we took action to approve the required district's 5-year capital construction plan. Trustee Perez, was there anything you would like to add?
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I assume the things that came before you, you're recommending them all to us. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving to,
Chair McKay,
yes.
I just had one just request in regards to the 2 committees. I know it's listed on what they do and pretty vague, but there was one issue that came, this district wrote a letter against a Senate bill or Assembly bill, I forget which one it was, in between last meeting and this meeting, I believe, our previous chancellor.
Okay.
And to me, it seems like if we had a list of some of the finer details of what these committees are charged to do, it would be a lot easier to convene a committee meeting to maybe put something like that in front of a committee versus just having that flow through without any trustee involvement or role on it. So at least rather than the special board meeting, maybe there could be a special committee meeting if we knew which committee even something like that would connect to.
Okay.
So something to think about in the future.
All right. I do remember that. And I think that one had like a 24-hour or 2-day turnaround on that letter. So I don't think it might have been possible, but I get where you're going.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Item 6.04. This is the an information item on the use of the $2 million that the board authorized for up to $2 million when we had an emergency meeting when COVID, we first got the stay-at-home order to cover what we thought would be a lot of immediate expenses at that time. So this is in front of us for information. If anyone has any questions. Anyone? Okay, Trustee Chancellor.
What was it ever an option, because we received so many or such a large amount of HER funds, COVID, all of the emergency federal and I believe some state dollars that came, was it ever an option to reimburse ourselves as a reserve and use those one-time dollars instead? Because it initially, we didn't know when we passed this that there would be any.
We know there would be any help at all.
Right. We didn't know there would be help. And then when there was, we were promised that we would be sort of accounting for all emergency COVID related expenses and we would reimburse that. I know it's too late now maybe, but I'm just thinking, and then just wondering if we were able or still are able, if there are any federal dollars or COVID relief dollars to do that. I don't know. That's my question.
I'll respond if you can hear me.
We can hear you just fine, Dr. El-Fattal.
So we can't retroactively do it, but we are spending the stimulus dollars first, which is why there's a balance still on these particular dollars. So for instance, you'll recall by looking at this particular document, there was a commitment to allocate $443,000, $452 for police services to help offset lost revenue for parking. That was going to be coming out of this emergency fund of $2 million. Then what happened is the federal stimulus rules changed, which allowed us to cover lost revenue. So we backed that out and did not spend it out of this particular fund, the $2 million, but we instead reimbursed for lost revenue from the federal dollars. So we can do it depending on the time of it, but we can't go backwards and do it. So we're continually looking for that. And of course, highly motivated to spend the other dollars first before we spend these dollars.
So I guess what we're hearing from the district is that the total COVID relief dollars from the federal and state government we needed, and we also still on top of that need this $2 million. Is that sort of a general?
These $2 million were established before the other dollars started coming. So they were established by board resolution without a sunset date, which is why they still exist like this. There may come a time that either they're going to be fully expended or perhaps there'll be some other action taken. But when this was established, there was no knowledge of such a large inflow of stimulus money coming to us. Thank you.
I'm wondering, because I know I asked the question last year because one of the trainings with the CCLC, they mentioned when the funds came to us that we can probably get reimbursed, but to definitely speak to our auditors to make sure that we were in compliance. Did we ever speak to them as a district, or did we find out? Is that the reason why we say that we're not able to go retroactive and be able to be reimbursed for what was spent about a year ago? Because I know
We work with them all the time. Yeah, we work with them all the time on these types of questions, certainly.
So they said we couldn't a year ago. Is that why we didn't pursue it?
If there's an issue, I'm sorry, what was the last part of your question? I apologize.
I was just asking because I know one of the community colleges, their chief financial officer, he had mentioned that. He just said to make sure just to double check with our auditors, because naturally at the time we didn't receive any of the HERF funding. So a lot of the colleges were spending from their reserves because they needed the funding. But then once the money came, they were able to get reimbursed and not use their funding. I only ask because we've received so much funding and much more that's coming to us. And I'd like to be able to have our money in reserve for things that our colleges may need in the future that isn't covered by HERFs. I think with the HERF fund, anything that that's COVID related, usually there's a lot of leverage to be able to use those funds. But I'm seeing in the future, as we're looking at the expansion of programs and for our students, having that funding available that HERF would not cover. So when that decision was made back in May 17, it was just a random $2 million because we thought maybe that's what was needed. We really didn't think about it. And it was done with that good faith intention. Of course, as trustees, we're not trying to put a sunset date because we're thinking we're not going to get any support. So we're thinking these funds are going to be used fairly on. But now that we have all this funding, I'm wondering if it's best to be able to say, okay, let's have whatever's left over in our reserves. It'll still go back to our colleges. I know that there's a committee that's working into our budget in terms of what that would look like, because I would love to have that money fund different programs that our colleges may need that we won't have coverage for in the next coming years. As a suggestion.
Yes, so these dollars have been allocated to the colleges from reserves. Of the amount that remains, $459,000, it would probably go back to reserves versus staying with the colleges if the board sunsetted it, for instance. But I assure you that any dollars that could have paid for anything we spent out of this $2 million, if it could have been paid for, reimbursed, gone back 3 years, 2 years, 1 year to get reimbursed from the federal or state recovery dollars, we would have done it. And we certainly have had those discussions. If there's something that is not absolutely crystal clear in terms of the guidance that's coming out of the federal government or the state, we do work regularly with our auditors to determine, because we would like to spend that money. We don't want to spend that money back. We want to spend it on the appropriate things and for compliance reasons. So the money that has spent here, the timing of when it was spent, the year that the years closed, everything that could be charged to the other funds has been, and we work with our auditors regularly on that.
Any other questions? I think the question was, I mean, we kind of in good faith had an emergency meeting, thought that colleges might need some money for some emergency services and, just kind of came up with the number. And had there been no federal government, funding, at least you would have had something and probably would have needed more. And thankfully the federal government did come through, but I guess I too was surprised at how much was there. I thought this would have been expended like immediately. So I saw Dr. Hoffman say, I'm just going to give you a brief allowance of time here to explain this as a college president who's been through all this with us.
Just wanted to reiterate what Dr. El-Fattal said. The colleges, when we did receive the money from the district reserves, it was shortly followed by our pandemic or HERF and other funds. So we did expend those anytime that it was allowable that we can reimburse ourselves. We did. We were slow to spending this money, just like Vice Chancellor El-Fattal said, because we wanted to spend the HERF money, the pandemic money first. Unfortunately, there are expenses that we believe are COVID related that are not reimbursable by the state. And that's what we've used these funds for. For example, athletics, anything in athletics is not supported by HERF funds. That has been ruled out. So for example, if we wanted more vans to have our athletes not travel in larger pods of people, then that wouldn't be an okay expense. If it were for student activities or instruction, it would, but it's been not allowed in that realm. Also, we're updating our marquee so we can have better communication with the public and everyone coming on our campus. That was not an allowable expense that we're using the COVID funds from reserves. So that's what we're using those funds for. I think they're still needed. I know other colleges have done the same thing, but that's why you're not seeing them all used up at this time.
Sure. Dr. Kobian and then Dr. Sokunu, we could hear from you after we hear from Dr. Kobian.
We did use a good portion of the funds to support mental health services, but of course, as we started receiving some of the HERF funds that had a very time certain date to use those funds, we made sure that we used the HERF funds when possible. We didn't want to make sure that we expended those funds within the time period. We didn't know there was going to be that flexibility to continue to have that grace period to continue after those deadlines. So making sure that we were spending down those funds was essential.
There you are.
Just as my colleagues have said, I'm sorry, the video is not coming up. What's happening? Just as my colleagues have said, we actually ended up spending the HERF funds first. That's our priority, so we can utilize those resources because they're more liberal ways of being able to use it. And then instances where we cannot use it, then we have chosen to refer back to the board's approved dollars. But our priority is to spend the HERF funds first so that we can save the college district the resources for future use if necessary. Thank you.
Moore Park College has used the funds for example, we heard Ventura College, they were able to send athletes to go and, be able to play and have the separate vans so they wouldn't be so close to each other. Oxnard College went towards mental health. Wouldn't Moore Park College use the funds? And that helps for us as trustees.
It's similarly as both Oxnard and Ventura colleges.
Any further questions? Okay. All right, 7.01, approval of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, Trustee Chancellor.
I apologize. I did have one thing to pull.
Okay, what's that?
That would be 8.02.
Okay. Can I have a motion for the consent calendar less 8.02? It's been moved by Trustee Torres, seconded by Trustee Perez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Trustee Chancellor, 8.02.
That would be the minutes from our June 14th board meeting. And on item 3.07, there was a 3-2 vote, and that was for the tentative budget. I had some lengthy comments on why I couldn't support the tentative budget. So I was hopeful that something from those comments could be captured into the why, and why I was a no on the tentative budget. That was it.
Yeah, I actually think it's if you're going to give a no vote, I think it's important to know why. So maybe we just be careful about saying, please put it for the record. And do you want these amended from the recording, or are you okay?
Yeah, if we could bring those back to our August meeting with the reason. Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring them back. Okay. When I got lost again. How long did consent go through? Where do we go? Through 14. Okay, there we got it. All right, no board policies, no action to approve. I do want to say under 14.01, action to approve board member absent. I want to thank my colleagues for letting me join by Zoom last month. I was pretty sick and I'd already taken a test for being able to go to the hospital and have surgery the next morning. So I very much appreciated your indulgence in letting me attend and vote on our new chancellor virtually. So thank you. Okay, moving on, 15.01, action to approve the district's 5-year capital construction plan. Motion or discussion?
Well, to promote any discussion, I'll move approval, and also would like to make the comment that this and other items that came before the Administrative Services Committee, it would be helpful that fact would be included in these staff reports, just for everyone's benefit.
Yeah, and there's actually some districts that say if it comes approved by a committee, it doesn't require a second. We don't do that. I'm just saying that out loud for future reference.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the 5-year construction plan. Is there any discussion? Trustee Chancellor.
Yes, at our last meeting, we were presented with the facilities master plan, which was approved for Ventura College in particular. And I was fortunate to attend a lot of the community events in regards to that. What I'm having a hard time visualizing on this document and this action item is the glue that brings that facilities master plan and this capital construction plan together. So in that facilities master plan, there was, I mean, it was really robust. I mean, people are really excited about it. And I'm trying to, a lot of ideas that community participated in, future plans, everything from landscaping to community walks to buildings to growth. But I don't see that in this. And I'm just curious why.
Dr. Al-Fattal, you were chiming in?
Sure. Yeah, so this 5-year capital construction plan comes to the board, to each board every year. And primarily it's to provide the state with information about overall needs. There's some construction costs that are involved in there that the state provides some baseline construction costs, but it really is so that the state can do its master plan. The other secondary effect is the districts can request matching state funding for some of the construction projects. So every project that's in a facility master plan does not have to be on this list. This list changes annually. So maybe next year when it comes forward, Ventura will have some other projects or additional projects. And part of the process with the state is this is a district-wide document. So each college prioritizes their basically immediate and urgent needs for facilities. But the state doesn't, they need it from a district-wide perspective, not just a campus perspective. So we go through a process internally to prioritize it district-wide. And basically, the vice president of business and I and some facilities folks get together and we go through this process and we work with consultants who do all the hard work in the first place to identify things. We can ask the state for initial project proposals saying, hey, this is a project that we want to request state funding for. We don't have to, but we can. And then if that gets approved at that level, and it includes having to have architects do some preliminary drawings and so on, then it can advance to a final project proposal, which you'll be reminded that Moore Park College did receive state funding. I think last year I was able to report that to you of maybe $4.5 million. So I guess the cement that how they're related, you cannot have a project on here that is not in the facilities master plan, but you don't need to have every project in the facilities master plan on this. And I think just probably some timing issues and so on. There's some other work that needs to be done participatory governance wise. And I think you'll see a little bit different capital construction plan next year when it comes forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Trustee, you have another question or let's do the student and we'll go back to you.
Summary for both Oxnard and Moore Park. They have something called Higher Education Student Housing Grant Program. They have no category and no funding specifically. Could there be an explanation on that?
Sure. So Ventura College received funding because they had already done a feasibility study, and so all the colleges in the state were able to apply recently for project funding to actually build student housing. Ventura just coincidentally had already done a feasibility study on that. Oxnard nor Moore Park they did not do feasibility studies. So the grants for Moore Park and Oxnard are for receiving money to do a feasibility study. But Ventura actually has been funded already a few months ago. I think $64 million or so to actually to build student housing. The issue is the student housing. Actually, I spent time with the state consultants on this particular topic. Student housing doesn't really belong on this list because it's coming from a state bond source of funding. But the state, the different consultants that work on facilities decided, well, we're going to put them on this list anyway. We're going to say zero funding, and we'll work through the process in the future to determine whether they stay here or don't stay here. There's a whole different funding mechanism for student housing because it comes through a state bond. So there's some quirkiness to this here. But the reason that Moore Park and Oxnard don't have any dollars attached is because Ventura was already approved by the State Department of Finance for money to construct.
Project, I guess. Any other further questions? Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, and just curious, in the development of this list for all three colleges, is sustainability a factor in that at all?
Sustainability for buildings like LEED certified, that kind of sustainability, or just all sorts of sustainability?
It could be, yeah, or looking at sort of the needs of the district and the three colleges through the lens of looking at a building rather than it just being old and meeting the student needs, which is critically important, but also going, well, this building uses 6 times more energy than this building, and it could actually save our district a lot of resources and help our environment along the way. So I'm just curious if that is part of this list is all.
So as you know from the meetings you attended at Ventura, there was a lot of discussion about sustainability across a spectrum of issues. Its sustainability is not it's not in a rubric for state funding. However, I will say this: the state passed some. I don't recall if it was statute, but there's some new goals for sustainability from the state level that were put into place. I think it was 2015 or so, and that has to do with when you put a new building or you tear down a building or just remodel a building. It has to do with the footprint and limited water usage and how much grass footprint you can have. I mean, it's really been drawn back as of 2015 or so. I'm not looking at the statute right now. I just know because I've participated in that in the past. I used to be on that committee statewide, but so it's not called out as a standalone metric, but it's built into project. And what the division, the Department of State Architect approves, it has to meet certain specifications.
Okay. I'm real reluctant to support this, and the reason why is I'm thinking of the hat of the public that attended all the facilities master plans for Ventura College that was just so excited about the possibility of some future projects, and it was very detailed in the list of those, and they're just not here. There's no mention or there's no connection to it. So I just am very, very, very hopeful that next year when this list comes before us in the documentation that backfills this list, there can be some stronger reference to the facilities master plan, so the public can feel good about the work that they did and hopefully some future projects that'll be implemented at our three colleges.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, is there anything else? Okay. Yeah, I know there's a motion by trustee Perez, seconded by vice chair Mantu. Student trustee vote. Everybody else, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Trustee Chancellor? Aye, okay. The motion carries 6-0. Student trustee, yes. Okay, this one I guess did not go to the committee. 1502. It is the action to award RFP 627 parking administration revenue collection system to Phoenix Group Information Systems. This does require a 2/3 vote because the funding does come from reserves.
If I may, the group, the company that we utilized in the past to allow students and employees to buy permits and to deal with that process, they stopped providing that service. I think it was last October, and so we somewhat after that we went through a process and established an RFP to go out and find some other vendors that could provide that, and at the same time, police services who receive some of the benefit of the parking revenues, they were looking at what's a better way of doing this than the way that we are currently doing it. And so there's a lot of systems out there for more or less automated systems and license plate recognition, and so people can buy a daily permit, for instance, and their license plate is known within the system, and then when a golf car or a police car drives through and there's license plate recognition, it realizes whether that particular vehicle has a permit or not, and also that you can get your monthly permits or semester long permits and so on. So there's a lot of different things. The agreement was attached. There's a lot of information in there on this particular process. So we need to establish a new system so that in the future, in fall, when we actually start collecting or issuing parking citations, we have the ability to deal with that. And we also have the ability to help people avoid parking citations. And this system is a good way of doing that. So we went through an RFP process. We received proposals from the vendors that are listed there. I've been asked 2 or 3 times by different folks, hey, don't we normally put the dollar amounts of the lowest bidders and so on? And that's true. But because there were so many, there was some complexity to the pricing that everybody had, one-time pricing, ongoing pricing. They're just pricing for this, pricing for that. It was difficult to put it in writing to let you see what those dollar amounts are. I will say, however, we have to select for technology like this. We went through the RFP. We do have to select one of the 3 lowest vendors. And so that did happen. And Phoenix Group and the police had several representatives that went through the scoring process of which vendor they wanted to use and which vendor, they sat through interviews of the vendors and so on. And so we're bringing this forward. The police, as you know, we've commented multiple times about the ongoing revenue issues and so on. And so there's just no ability in their operating budget to pay for this type of system. We do need a system in order to, again, issue citations and to better serve the students and the community that comes onto our campuses. And we're asking for the one-time setup of $353,000 to be paid from reserves. And the other ongoing operating costs are pretty similar to what it was with the system before. So there's a little increase, but they'll handle that through the operating budget.
Thank you. Any questions, trustee Perez?
I'll defer to the student trustee because this most
Okay,
directly.
I was going to ask
affects
him,
them.
so.
The students don't want to pay for parking. I'm just going to be front up with that. I don't want to pay for it. I've never spoken to a single person who ever wants to pay for anything in that regards. I would like to ask if there's a better solution to paying the police, because I understand that that is of importance. And I understand that it's something like, what is it, like $15 to pay for a parking pass or something, right? I know that is very low. I still understand that the students don't want to pay that. And so if there is a better way to pay the police department, we'd like to see that as a solution.
And if I may, it
And that's that
also
it's
covers, oh, sorry.
Sorry. Do they not want to pay it enough that they won't go to our campuses and stay online? Or, I mean, how bad is this
They'll still
$15?
come. It's just more of like a minor annoyance, I would believe. It's like, it's been very nice not having to pay, not having to worry about it. I can bring whatever car I need to. If for example, like say my car breaks down, I can just switch with my parents. I can take that one. There's no hassle. Otherwise, I'd probably have to register multiple cars, and that would be an annoyance.
That was my question, because I've heard that before about the car breaks down, or I'm taking my, I don't have a car. I take my mom's car one day, my dad's car at one time. Is there a way with this system that multiple cars could be registered under one permit?
I believe there is a way to resolve, to deal with that issue. I don't have the answer off the top of my head, but I believe there is.
Okay, James is saying there is, and I feel better
thank you.
about that, because I just always thought that was kind of a tough thing on students if they have to take, whatever car they have handy to not be able to have a hanging tag or something like that. So
It's a tough thing for students and employees.
yeah.
Per permit. And does it go up for the amount of cars you register, or is it just one-time payment?
Don't know the answer to that.
James, James is familiar with it because he participated in the process. So I don't know, James,
Hey, James,
can you
make your
comment?
way to a microphone for us, please, and let us know the cost of parking.
Repeat the question. I was asking a different question. Multitasking back here.
Exact price per permit, and does it go up if you register multiple vehicles?
So the idea would be that you wouldn't necessarily, the price wouldn't go up to register multiple vehicles. I'd have to look up the exact price per permit, but I believe it's around $30. The way it would work for the multiple vehicles is you'd be able to have like a list of license plates registered with that vehicle. Only one of those would be active on any given day. So you can't just hot swap between different permits or have all of them active on at the same time, but you would be able to just have, a couple vehicles registered so that you could easily say, okay, today I need to drive my mom's car. So you can go in and say, this is the license plate I'm using on this permit for today.
Let's say, because we have people probably at the colleges that have siblings that are going at the same time. They probably drive separate cars, depending on schedules. Would there be any confliction within the system if they brought two different cars and they're both registered on both the accounts?
As long as they have separate permits, then there wouldn't be any conflict. So they could have both the same cars on separate permits, but only each sibling would only be able to have both of those. So you'd have to have two permits for two cars.
All right. And is there any like financial aid possible for people like, especially like low income families? Because I know there's people who. Yeah. Is there?
Yeah.
All right, then.
We're not that. Anybody else? Any questions? Trustee Perez?
Yeah, some of my questions have already been asked. How is this system going to work? You mentioned license identification for one thing. Also, is this going to be a user-friendly process? And student trustee asked some of those questions that deal with um, ease of use. And also, is there an appeal process? Like, say, for whatever reason, a student drives a car that's not registered, is there an easy way for them to appeal any citation that might have been issued? And while you answer, I'm going to clarify my own question that I wrote down, make sure I know what I want to ask.
Yeah, so there is an appeal process. So the process for the appeals will be similar to what we had prior to or pre-COVID. Everything is essentially going virtual. So you'll enter your license plate. The license plate readers will be able to tell whether or not there's a permit attached to that vehicle. And it'll let the officers or the cadets that are scanning the parking lots know. So if there is no permit attached to that license plate, that's how they will know, you're in violation or the vehicle's in violation. There's 3 different types of permits. So you would have it's a $50 semester permit. I believe it's 50. There's a $30 financial aid permit. And then there's a $2 daily permit, and all those can be purchased virtually. You can do it via a computer, cell phone, or whatever device you have.
Thank you. And then the other question, and it's not for you, sir, but under the fiscal response in the staff report, it says annual ongoing expenses will be funded from the district-wide police services funds. One-time setup expenses of $353,000 will be funded from the general fund unrestricted unallocated reserves. But isn't the police services line item in our budget, isn't it backfilled anyway with the use of reserve funds?
What has been.
Right. Okay. So it's kind of a little.
It's not backfilled with reserves. It's backfilled just with district-wide budget. It has received some reserves maybe in the last couple of years, but it is not it does not utilize reserves. It uses district-wide budget that comes off the top of the allocation model, which is an agreement that everybody has. The student trustee did mention that there might be another way of funding, as we have had discussions off and on for the last couple of years, but certainly at DCAS, there's an interest in determining other ways of funding. The parking revenues do pay in part for parking pavement improvements and so on, parking deterioration and maintenance, but then it also covers for police services. So it normally does not come from reserves.
Yeah, that was my faux pas, my mistake. But I knew the line item there is a gap and it is back.
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Chancellor.
I guess my question, I think we heard a little bit, the idea of it come up, Chair McKay and student trustee was, is this going to help or hurt enrollment? And the decision to have free parking for the past, I don't know, 3-4 semesters was made at the district level. Are we saying for sure we're behind the idea that we're going to start charging for parking again, even with unknowns? So it seems premature maybe to invest this amount of money for the long term when we don't even know if we're going to potentially charge for parking in the foreseeable future, because that decision has already occurred the past 3 or 4 semesters. Another question I have, is this going to impact, I heard you refer a little bit to cadets and officers still giving citations, but is this going to impact our student workers at all? If it's more as automated, that student workers won't be needed at the level they were pre-pandemic? So that's another question I have as well.
Mr. Pilato or maybe James can address the student workers.
Okay.
The idea, with the LPR system, yes, would be to have, because we do have budget constraints, to have a less amount of student workers or cadets, so they can do more work, or we can get more work accomplished with less student workers or cadets. Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay.
It's a kind of an ethical decision because we are talking about using some, I believe, an AI system, right, to identify license plates, if I'm correct. There is two problems with this. One is information leak. If someone has their name registered with their license plate, though it is already with the state, we don't want that to leak. I don't know exactly what system the companies are using, but that is always a problem. And recently on the state level, there was a massive leak of information. But besides that, there's also the fact that we're using an AI system to observe people on campus. And quite frankly put, it's also, do we know where these companies are sending this information? Are they being sent to research centers? Are they being bought out to use as data collection? Is it going to like ad revenue? So, basically, I'm going to put this, it doesn't seem very comfortable to be watched per se.
Mr. Watkins, would you address that topic, please?
Okay, and mine was the flip side, so I just wanted to say my question, so you can answer it at the same time, is that whether we make a policy decision about not charging for parking to help enrollment, I think is still, it's important to have a system in place. Because I like the idea of the security. If someone, we need to know who was on campus, what vehicles were on campus on a given day. If there was something horrible that happened, I kind of like the idea that we know who's, the cars that are on campus and the vehicles are on campus on any given day. Whether we opt to do something different about the charges is a different discussion than this. But if you would answer the question about the artificial intelligence, then we can move on.
Well, I would say we already have access to all the information currently. We just do it a different way. So this would be moving to, yes, AI or artificial intelligence. But once we get the license plate, whether it's handwritten or whether it's AI, we still have access to all the information. So we're working directly with the DMV. I can't speak for what the company or what Phoenix Group, I know they deal directly with the DMV. Whether there are other companies involved with them, I can't speak, for them.
Thank you. But Dan Watkins can address the security issue in terms of data, please.
Okay, Mr. Watkins, I think specifically, do they sell the data?
No, they don't sell the data, and they actually fill out a higher education community vendor assessment tool from REN ISAC, which is the Research Education Networks Information Security and Analyst Center. And basically what they assure is that the data is encrypted at rest and in transit, so that all of the data is protected. It's not sold. It's for the sole purposes of our police department, the DMV, and the vendor. And that's it.
Thank you.
Trustee Hertzberg.
If we already have all the information on different license plates and we can just go to the DMV to ask for it, I don't see why we can't just put up like regular security cameras in case, let's say, something does bad happen on campus and we need to find someone's license plate. If we don't have them already in our system, it could just go to the DMV or the state and get that information. So I don't see why we need this specific system. Why can't we just put in something which would probably be significantly cheaper, just a regular like camera security system?
I think we need a system. I think that was determined, and we're getting kind of far off into the operations level of the district, and they choose what's, what we need and what we don't. We're just basically voting to approve the funds. I don't think that any of these, we need something, because the impact of non-approval means we go to a completely manual process, which I'm not sure that's something that's very practical. But Trustee Chancellor, you have your mic. Do you have a further question? And then we're going to have to.
It's not really a question. It's just a concern. And I'm on that concern level because I go to Ventura College quite a bit for a ceramic sale, basketball camp, swap meet, all these different events. And I guess my concern would be if a community member, non-student, somebody that has no business being on campus for the academics, but just as visiting as a community member, they're going to see a performance. would they still have to register? How would they park to go see a paramedic graduation for a couple hours or something like that?
Between campuses, how would that affect me per se for having the park?
Okay, so 2 questions, guest parking for event parking and multiple campus students.
Yeah, so some of these decisions obviously are going to have to be made at the district level. If you're traveling between campuses, if you have the semester pass, it's always been and even the daily pass has been accepted at the different campuses. What was the second question?
The second question was about guest events for event parking coming to the swap meet or
Yeah, guess
a
so.
basketball game.
We will still leave. So each campus is still going to leave the permit machines. I'm sure you've seen those yellow boxes where you insert the dollars. So we will still leave several of those on campus for guests, and obviously, signage and we're going to have to do a lot of PR, to get it out to the public. But there still will be access. So if they don't have devices or access to the internet or those types of things, they still have the capability of going to the campus, putting in their credit card or their dollar bills and getting a daily permit.
And if it's an event where the college has decided not to charge for parking, that happens too.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Or are we getting close to a vote? Trustee Torres, nothing?
And I know this is going to be a district level decision, but that the cadets keep their jobs. So maybe none of that comes from reserves, which I would be happy to use that because I think it's important. So I'm in agreement. We need a system in place, but I also wouldn't want to see student workers, if they're coming to our colleges, lose also that opportunity to work. So if we're able to kind of compromise both, have an IA system and maybe use our cadets in a different way, I would really be happy to be able to see that for our students.
Yeah, I don't love the idea of laying off students for this, but anything else? One more.
Just to explain my no vote on this, if this is important enough for the 3 colleges, I still am unclear why they wouldn't, for example, use their carryover before using reserves. I know that's more at a policy level, but you guys are the experts, the 3 colleges, to state, yeah, this is important for our enrollment, our safety, our traffic management, or parking management. That's fine. I just don't know why those funds wouldn't be, and it would come to the board to authorize the reserves. So that's it. And I do have some concerns on the other components I already mentioned. So that's it for me.
Okay. Trustee Torres?
I'd love to hear, because I was ready to vote yes on this right now. But then hearing Trustee Chancellor use these different funds that can, instead of reserves, because we do have some funding that's still available, I'd love to just, if there's a response to that question that he just asked.
Yeah, if I may.
I'm not sure that the colleges got a vote, but Dr. Al-Fattal, if you could shed some clarity on this so we could vote, please.
Yeah, so this particular, police departments, community college police departments throughout the state are underfunded and have been underfunded, and they're going to continue to be underfunded. So if we're going to have police, it has to be paid for somehow, somewhere. This particular topic of parking, by the way, is used to maintain parking lots, but then also it's a source of funding historically across the state that is utilized for police services. The direct answer to your question is, excuse me, the topic has come up. It's been discussed for the last couple of years about how do we fund this? How do we fund the shortfall? I've made presentations in the budget presentations to this board. It's always a bullet on there the last couple of years that how are we going to do this? The pandemic came, we were able to use some stimulus money to cover lost revenue. We still don't think the revenue from parking citations is going to be anywhere near what it was pre-pandemic. So there still is some funding issues with the police, and we have to deal at a campus and district level through my committee or the committee I co-chair, DCAS. Is there a way that we want to change the funding so that we don't have to get into this? And the funding has to come from somewhere. So the funding, the colleges do have funding, but the way that it has worked in the past is they've put their money in. We've used different resources because they have needs to serve students, right? So the student trustee had mentioned earlier tonight about, hey, maybe there's a different way of doing it. Academic Senate presidents and others on the committee, we're going through that process to try to come up with a solution. And the solution might be, oh, use reserves and you know, forever, and that's that. Or it might be use money from the colleges and the district office. I don't know what the answer is, but we have to go through those processes as a team, a district-wide team, to determine what it's going to be.
Okay, I think we're conflating funding the police department with this parking management system. So I would like to, if we could just focus on the parking management system, that I think we have to have some kind of parking management system. The one we have been using is no longer available. So I'm just at this point going to put it to a vote. And can we do a roll call vote, please? I know, but the student trustee votes first. It's an advisory vote. Sorry.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, unfortunately, that's not going to do it. I don't know what you're going to, Dr. Al-Fattal, we approved three of us approved the system, but you needed 4 votes for the reserve. So you're going to have to figure something else out for now.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have 1503 and 04. They both are Moore Park students happily going on studies abroad, 2 different places. But if I would be happy to take a motion for both.
I
Excited for
would
the
be
students.
pleased to make a motion for both approval of both 1503 and 1504.
Second.
Didn't let our student trustee second that. For the
Oh,
student.
I was
It's
hasty.
okay.
I'll withdraw my second.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded for 1503 and 1504, moved by Vice Chair Mantooth, seconded by Trustee Hirschberg. Any,
My words exactly. Exciting programs and
okay,
safe
student
travels
trustee
to
vote?
everybody.
Okay. Okay, everyone else, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Of course.
Professors are watching, but just thank you so much to the professors for putting together really the class. I know it must have taken a lot of planning and coordination and a lot of their own time to really go abroad and bring in such a wonderful and rich program for our students, so they have the opportunity to travel abroad. So thank you if you're watching, really, from the board, for doing this great work, and we're excited to see pictures and to hear how it goes. Maybe you can come with the students at one point and share the wonderful experience you're going to have. Thank you.
Thanks for that. On behalf of the board, safe travels. Okay, accreditation update. I've been told that we're going to get one at the next board meeting when we have updated ICERs. So we will move on to human resources. This is action to approve one-time option for eligible employees for a cash out of vacation leave balances and accumulated since COVID-19. I added to, again, this requires a 2/3 vote because the threshold, it needs to come from reserves of 508,209. These were essential workers that were required to be here during COVID, essential workers that were required to be here during COVID. So that's what I will put out there. I need a motion and a second. And is there any discussion?
Chairman Kay, I'll move approval and state that this was one of those items that the Administrative Services Committee brought forward for approval to the board.
Thank you.
And I will second that prior to discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, moved by Trustee Perez, seconded by Vice Chair Mantooth. Is there any discussion? Trustee Chancellor.
I guess my first question is, I believe this is the 3rd time we've done a one-time option of extending this.
This is not an extension. This is to pay it out and have it not be a liability anymore.
Okay, but didn't we do that last year and we were told that all vacation time would be used?
I think we also thought that COVID was going to end, but.
Right.
So,
Well, yeah, I don't necessarily, I mean, people weren't told they couldn't take vacation. And we sent a very clear message as trustees approving this one-time option last year that the expectation was managers would make sure that the employees under them would utilize their vacation time so we wouldn't be in this predicament again. And yet here we are. I don't blame the employees, the classified employees, confidential, but actually blame's not the right word, but as a board, we gave a very clear message. The expectation was we wouldn't be in this position again. And here we are. So I'd like to amend the motion and see if there's a second. Is that a parliamentary?
Well, why don't you talk to us about what
Okay.
you'd like to see?
I'm not comfortable with managers having this cash out option because a directive, I don't know, operation, the directive's the right word, but a decision from the dais was we were promised that this wouldn't happen again. If employees were allowed to accumulate this time from their managers, then they were allowed to, but managers, in my view, hopefully received a very clear message from this board that this wouldn't occur, and yet it did. So my motion, if I were to amend it, would be to allow classified confidential employees to be allowed for the cash out, but not management.
I'm just going to say I thought about that, but I also thought about our management and what we've asked of them in this last year, since we've made the decision to carry it forward, that, you know, I think of the load on HR, I think of the load on IT, I think of the load on our colleges having to basically run 2 colleges, you know, about 50% online, 50%, and just the massive amount of work that has been asked of people. And I'm not comfortable telling someone as a manager that their work is less valuable. People worked, they did the work. I don't think anybody worked because they were hoping they were going to get a cash buyout of their vacation time. I think they worked because there was work to be done that had to be done and was absolutely essential that it get done. And so I don't want to punish people. I would like to clear this off the books and not carry it as a liability and offer, you know, the other option, which we did, which is, you know, carry it over for another year. Because I don't think they'll ever be able to use the days. There's just too many. And the work still needs to be done. We're still going to be at about 50% online, 50%. So I don't think anything's going to change at the college level. And I just think we need to respect our managers for what they did, respect these employees for what they did, and move forward. But that's my opinion on it.
I'm glad you shared that. And I agree wholeheartedly with everything you said. However, I also think it's really important for us to respect what we're told is going to happen and that we wouldn't be put in this situation on a managerial, is that the right word? Manager, thank you. And okay, aspect, we were promised that we were going to make sure our employees, if they had vacation time, they would utilize it and that would be managed. And it wasn't. So we're saying it's a one-time thing, and I don't know, is this going to continue? Because we're still going to be online. There will still be a certain percentage of our colleges being online. Are we saying that this will continue for the foreseeable future? Or are we saying we can depend on our managers to make sure that all employees, managers included, are going to take their contractual vacation time and not seek a cash out, which comes from reserves?
I agree with both of you. And in our discussions with the Administrative Services Committee, expressed the same concerns. You know, why is this? Given a rationale why this is, will this continue? Well, we certainly hope not. I would not entertain, I don't think I could accept a motion where one group gets it and another doesn't. I don't want to get into discussion about whose work is more valuable or who needs to be here or doesn't need to be here, because we value everyone. But with the new administration and now with having enough experience time with COVID to be able to make these adjustments, I'm willing to give the district the benefit of the doubt, clear the books, and be in lockstep with you if we see this again at this level to this degree. That's my feeling on the matter.
Deserves it, but I believe a compromise could be in order. Simply put, we should approve this, but they should also understand that the board will not approve it again. And if the board can go on record saying that they will not approve it again, but that's not technically a vote, they should understand that this is going to be a one-time thing, a simple compromise. Everyone gets their cash, but they also understand it's not going to happen again.
Chair McKay.
Yes.
I can't see into the future. And I heard you say that we didn't know that the pandemic was going to last as long as it has. And we heard earlier this evening about some data cited by Allison Case Barton, which I'm anxious to read because it was a lot of data that she provided. This was a subject of discussion, a lengthy discussion at the Administrative Services Committee, and it was my expectation that that was the intent of the committee in bringing this forward, that it's every intent to have this be the last time that we have this in front of us. But I'm not ready to make an absolute guarantee that this is the last time they will consider this question, not being able to see into the future. And also, I'm really surprised that as many times as equitable treatment is discussed up here at the board, that we're now looking to create a division of how we treat class of different employee groups. And, you know, it's very challenging to stay consistent with values and principles that we've stated that we support and believe in. And I guess this is one of those times. So I am still in favor of this matter that is in front of us. So.
I feel the same way Trustee Mantu expressed himself. I think at this point, just cashing out with all of our employees and to be able to close the books and move forward. We know this pandemic is coming. I think our employees, I don't think anybody saw it coming. And so my hope is that employees listening to our conversation, they will take their vacation. And I know sometimes they might feel bad, like they're abandoning, like they feel like maybe they're not being responsible. You are. Take your vacation time. It's yours. You need to rest. And I encourage everyone to take your vacation. You deserve it. You need it. That's what it's intended for. Everybody's been working really hard. And so as we close our books, my hope is that all of our employees take time for themselves to be with their families and use the vacation time they've earned. And I'll feel bad for doing so, because that could also be a reason. Management in particularly at times feels like they perhaps can't take the vacation time because they need to be in operations and taking care of things. And classified being many times first responders and having to be on site, whether it's to clean, whether it's to greet students, feel bad if they're not there, who's going to be able to tend to the students. So I think moving forward, I'm sure everybody will take their vacation. They will learn to know it's okay. And we won't see this happening in the future, despite of what comes on with COVID, because it's COVID is, as we're seeing, it's just become not part of our reality. It's going to be here. There's going to be those fluctuations of up and down, what we've seen. So right now there's a little spike. It'll come back down as it always does. And we're just going to become accustomed to it as we have with any virus. So those are my comments.
Anyone for being gone on vacation time. I think they probably know that they would like a lot of vacation. They work at least a lot of them work minimum wage jobs. I think they understand work can be hard. And I think they do deserve vacation and they shouldn't feel bad about it. Of course, you know, they're all gone at once and nothing's being done. That's a different situation, but I don't think that situation is going to pop up. So I think all employees should understand, take your vacation time. It's in your contract. You're allowed to. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Live your life.
I agree. And I do think that we all are starting to understand the mental health side of not taking vacation, but I sure appreciate the work that got done, because if a student didn't get their financial aid packet, or they didn't get, their classes or their online, whatever they needed, I appreciate that they were able to do it. But as Trustee Torres said, we're going to have to learn to live with this, and, come to us and tell us what you need so that everyone can take their vacation time. Let's get this cleared off the books. And if something goes wrong, there's a spike and you need some temporary workers, whatever it is you need, come to us then. Please don't let people take your vacations. I think we're all sending that same message. So unless there's anything else, can we have a roll call vote? Because it's a 2/3 vote for reserves.
No.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, motion carries. Student trustee I, motion carries 4-1. Trustee Chancellor voting no. Okay. Chancellor's report. How's the first 4 days been? Yeah.
Very, excuse me, very interesting. I don't think it'll surprise anyone if you don't hear an extensive report from me. You do have the printed reports that were released with the board packet, and I commend those to you. I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to be here and provide leadership for the district. I'm looking forward to the future ahead and working with the board. Certainly, I want to commend just a little bit of time that I've been introduced to the governance, both the governance processes that are in place, the extensive amount of collaboration that goes into honestly teeing up some really good work for this board for your consideration. There's a lot of thought that goes into that. That's obvious and everything that I've had a chance to take a look at today. And a lot of times we take some of these things for granted, and I have enough information to know how it is here, but I can just tell you that from my experience, the amount of involvement and work that goes into providing this board and the district community with knowledge and information is extensive and very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank everyone for the written reports. I loved seeing what we did with Pride and Juneteenth. Very, very good stuff. Of course, Trustee Torres.
The reports just to see what's happening at the colleges. I spent, I want to say maybe of the weekend, just with Moore Park for about 2 hours. I did see the webinar on Juneteenth. I recommend the trustees that weren't able to be present to get a chance to watch it. It was so informative. It talks so much about how do we address equity in our curriculum? How do we move forward? I mean, the presenters of everybody who was part of it was just so insightful. So it was great to see that. Oxnard College, just to see that you're moving TRIO. Oh my God, it's growing. Like just to see the many programs and the partnerships with the community and bringing in the younger generations. That was amazing to see. And I love TRIO. I'm a product of the Upper Bound program. To see it grow and have students have that opportunity. It's so wonderful. And then to know Ventura College continues to grow and continues to do so much wonderful work. And just really taking the lead also within your programs, your program review, and looking at that cultural lens and equity. That's been so incredible to see. So hopefully we get to hear from our colleges maybe at some meeting, because it would be so good to be able to just have them share this wonderful work that they're doing, because I was so impressed and so touched with amazing, great work that you're doing.
Thank you. Okay. So the 1802 is Board of Trustees request for reports. What I really specifically was hoping, anything, I mean, you can request anything, but specifically we were talking about an August budget meeting. What do we want to have so that we can have a meaningful discussion that day. And then we need to set a date for it as well, but in the interest of making sure we have a robust discussion and that we all understand what we want to talk about. And will we be, make sure we're ready in August, that's the right time, et cetera. Anyone?
Brief conversation with our Vice Chancellor of Business Services, and the best I could offer was, and he was on the same page, staff knows what those questions are that keep coming to us when we have any discussion touching upon the budget, whether it's budget process, whether it's different funding categories, whatever. And so I'm confident that the Vice Chancellor of Business Services will bring forward, those discussion points that we've had forward to see how in one fell swoop, how they all fit into the budget process. That's my hope anyway.
Okay. Vice Chair Mantu?
With regard to setting a date for the meeting, I'm not going to propose a specific one, but recognizing that the fiscal year ends June 30th, but the books don't get closed until long after, that I would suggest and recommend that we not have that meeting until the books have been closed and we have definitive answers on things like ending balances and reserve amounts in dollars. And information like that gives us some closure on the year that can help answer the questions that keep coming back to in front of this board whenever budget is discussed at the meeting.
I'll say straight out, my concern with that is that we have a budget to approve, I believe, in September. And if we don't have the questions answered by then, it is highly unusual to have 3-2 votes on a budget. And I don't want to, I would really like to avoid having another one. Student trustee.
Because I would like to get through how much we're gonna budget for mental health services, because I believe that is very important to the students. So I'd like to see a comprehensive kind of guide to what we're going to be budgeting towards mental health services.
Okay, that's an operational in the weeds. We have put that forth as a board priority. How much kind of goes back to the colleges and presented to us. I think we have made it known that we want to support mental health services and hope that they find the funds for that. Anyway, Trustee Torres. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to talk.
To mention, just like Trustee Pettis, the questions have been asked. So I think the staff knows what are some of the things we'd like to see on the board agenda to do the study of the budget. So I don't have anything else to add.
James, did you want to talk to us?
Yeah, I was just gonna, I was just gonna answer Trustee Mantu's question. We should be closed with the year typically by the end of July, if not the first week of August. We're working furiously right now. Emily's team is working really hard on closing the books. Everyone at the campus is working really hard on getting everything closed. We're really just a couple weeks out on that, where we'll have, if not final numbers, really close to final.
Okay. Question answer.
So some of the topics for me would be reserves, the allocation model, and a connection to our budget, both the now and probably a multi-year projection with enrollment. As we all know, that could be very problematic when hold harmless goes away. I'm going to speak on behalf of community members. I get this question a lot, and that is, if there's wait lists that in some, like for a nursing program at Ventura College, that I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 years deep-ish, right? I get this question a lot is, why don't you expand that program? Which of course would take an investment, and I know there are challenges with that, but I think these are kind of some worthy questions to, not specific to that, but just on innovation and expansion on programs that have wait lists. And to tap into your question, I do think it's a fair topic to make sure we have a budget that is reactive to the environment that's in front of us right now. So there's a mental health crisis right now. I understand that that's operations, but do we have a budget that can pivot or shift or reallocate or tap into what's occurring and be able to help students at that point, opposed to waiting for a newly adopted budget or a new allocation model? And last but not least, I can't remember if I said it, but there were a number of things that came before this board to pull from reserves for ongoing costs that dance between ongoing and one time, like police services or parking issues. I think that needs to be addressed because it feels to me anyways that we're kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit. Eventually, we're going to have to come to a solution so our students, faculty feel safe, and we have a permanently funded police department if in fact that's what we as a community determine we need, which I think it is and should be. So there's a lot of question marks for me. So much in higher ed has changed, but our budget hasn't. And the last thing I would say is the SCFF. I still don't see a strong connection to the changing parameters or benchmarks. I forget what the word is, but they're asking for us to perform or our students to be successful a little bit differently. Well, are we funding that so our students can and will and should be? So those are the topics for me, but as I see you putting notes, hopefully you have a star next to reserves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Yeah, just a clarification. The item before us tonight regarding the police services and the parking, the use of reserves was for one-time use. We don't, I can't recall ever utilizing reserves for ongoing expenses. So the item tonight, I think he's misspoke. The item tonight, the use of reserves was for a one-time expense.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm putting my future magician hat on in a sense. And when we look at enrollment being down so much, or as much as it is, if our parking fee revenue is going to be significantly lower in the future, it may require a relooking at our allocation model or budget. That was what I was getting at. So thank you. for
Right.
that.
And again, I misspoke earlier too, because I have reserves on my mind, but it was general budget, general fund money that backfills the gap in the
Got it.
fleet lines. And regarding another point, I think it would be helpful when we do have the budget discussion, because I know there have been occasions where the colleges have been reactive to the moment and how they've adjusted their priorities and then their funding. So it would be helpful if they could present some of those instances as we look at the budget.
Trustee Torres.
Wanted to mention, I think the reason Trustee Chancellor might have mentioned ongoing police services is because initially police services was going to be funded through the 2 million through reserves that we authorized, but because funding came through HERF, we were able to use HERF funding and not have to use a reserve. And so now the 353,000 for setup, again, that might go to police services using reserve money. I think that's where Trustee Chancellor was talking and guarding in terms of using funding from reserves to pay for ongoing services. What I would like to see is a correlation of student performance and also our budget allocation. We know student success rates, but also student failure rates. And if there's additional supports, because I'm wondering if in the student and the allocation budget that we have, do we need to allocate now additional more money to our colleges, depending on student needs? And one of the things that's been mentioned highly has been mental health. And that's been a huge need that wasn't there before. And so our budget is, I'm wondering if it's a fluid and how would that look like? And do we have purview within our budget if for some reason we need to allocate certain money to colleges? How would that look like based on what's occurring? So that would be helpful to get a little bit more insight and information once we do have our meeting regarding our budget.
Okay, I am writing notes. I'm trying to be clear. You said a correlation of student performance, and then you used an example of mental health. So could you just clarify?
Yeah, so for example, let's say our colleges, depending on, let's say we have more students on campus than and that's what we're hoping, that more students are coming, and they do come on campus or even online, they might want more support mental health. That there's a way in the budget, and I don't know how that looks like, if it's something, how is the budget and what's occurring at our colleges correlated? So for example, if I'm looking at student success rate or how students are performing in the classes, and if I notice, wow, a lot of my students in my English class really need more support. So perhaps need additional courses to help them really get the foundational skills so they're able to really go into this English course, or they can be successful in their English transfer course. Same thing with mathematics or science. How are the students performing? And based on that information, when we're doing our budget allocation, we can see, they need more support perhaps in this college. They can let us know what they need and how I would love that to be correlated, and maybe it is. And I don't know if that's happening through the committees, but maybe if it is, maybe that's something that can be shared with us on that day. But that would be helpful to me because there's mental health issues. There's so many different needs, and our budget allocation should be reflective of those needs of our student, particularly when we're looking at the equity component. How does that look like, and how are we going to address it? I know if that makes it a little bit easier. And I know Dr. Al-Fattal is listening, and I'm happy to later speak with him if he needs me to just get a little bit more clarity. But that would be important to me, that connection.
Okay. Anything else?
From the college's health services for a report on the students' health specifically. Something.
Help me. Like
So
their
we
health,
have- we
their
have
health
health-
is pretty
We have health
information.
services on campus. So I'd like a report from them specifically outlining the mental health of the students, explaining what is wrong and what they think could be done to help them, as well as what could help the services themselves.
I hope they don't know what's wrong with the students, because that would be a violation of their rights. But I mean, they could say how much mental health services I think they offer, and like what the wait time is, things like that. But
Whatever
gives
us a better frame so that we can make decisions to be able to help the students with mental health, because this is a big issue for the students, and I'd
Okay.
like to get this resolved.
Dr. Fabian?
Are proposing a survey. It's a mental health survey for the fall. And it would be interesting to be able to share the results of that survey with the board. And I think it would be interesting to hear some of the results, especially, and it's a pretty broad survey. It covers the health of our students and also mental health.
Okay. Yeah, because, right, I mean, our health centers are kind of self-supporting. I mean, they're not enterprise funds. They're supported by the district at a fairly equal level in the allocation model, or by size. Maybe that would be helpful to know. Anyway, we might need a little to clarify with David Al-Fattal the correlations you're looking for, just so you get what you're looking for. Okay, but I think I know where you're going. All right. Anything else on future agendas besides budget? Okay.
A presentation on how students are performing. I know we had an AB 705, now we have AB 1705. And the last time they presented was February of last year. So I'd like to see how our students are performing in those areas, because I'd like to see just how they're doing academically, our students. Celebrating the success, but also some of those areas that maybe they're failing. That would be great to be able to listen to the teams and to the colleges to see how that's looking in each one of their colleges, some of the successes, but also some of the challenges perhaps that they might be encountering. That would be helpful to be able to know, because that gives us a sense of student performance. As we're making our decisions also in terms of our budget, they should both be aligned. So I think that would be helpful to also get a presentation from our colleges.
Okay. So you want the AB 705, 1705 before the budget? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yeah, EdSource had a good article too. I'll forward to you. Trustee Perez.
Yes, if we're on 1802, request for reports, I would at some point, I think a study session on student housing would be helpful for this board. But I would certainly like a report on what's been happening with the Ventura College housing proposal. You know, the reference was made tonight of the feasibility study, and congratulations again on getting the funding. But, you know, it's one of those items that as a trustee, I know it's happening out there. And I get questions too from community members. Well, what about housing? And what about at OC? What about at MC? And it would just be helpful to have that information as a frame of reference to respond to those kind of questions. And I know we can always refer them to the chancellor. You're up to speed already, right?
Right.
In 4 days. But you know, we should have some of that information in front of us as well.
Right. I think student aid was increased by the state this year too, to help with student housing. They lost the assumption that all the community college students are living at home for free. So, which is nice. Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
While the students are going, I'd like to see something that outlines how the grades dip for students that left classes because they contracted COVID, so they were missing classes. How did their grades dip? Generally, I would imagine they went down, but I would like to see a full comprehensive report on that, because I have had a student contact recently about essentially he had to miss summer classes because he did get COVID, and it is affecting his grade, and summer classes are accelerated. So I'd like to see a report on how students do when they miss class for extended periods of time afterwards, compared to beforehand as well.
Okay. Yeah, COVID's a killer because you have to stay home for a long time. Okay, anything else? All right. Thank you for that. And moving on to trustee reports. I'll start down with you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Torres. Trustee Chancellor.
The only thing I'd have to report is I've heard a little bit about wait time for future incoming students, particularly at Ventura College, and from Ojai students that have come that way, and then they arrive at Ventura College and they've been told there's a 2-3 hour wait to see a counselor to kind of get in and in person basically enroll in some cases. So it was a reminder to make sure that all departments, even though a lot of people are perhaps working remotely, that all departments are still open, their doors are open, and there's a sense of ease to get people enrolled and set up. So, and I'm excited in the next week or two to take my son down there, because he's a middle school student, but for whatever reason, maybe it's all the dinner time conversation about Ventura College and the community college district, he wants to maybe take a class.
Cool.
So I'm excited to see how that process works and take him down there and hopefully get him enrolled. So that was the only report I had.
Vice Chair Mantu. Okay, yes.
Colleges start working on their spring schedule. So the fall schedule is already done, right? Are you working on your spring schedule currently, or when do you start working on it?
Someone can answer.
All the colleges, typically when we come back to classes on, I believe the 11th is our due day of Thursday. It's kind of strange, but that's when kind of we hit the ground running. The department chairs are already working on it. They started working on it prior to leaving for summer, and may or may not have worked on it over the summer, but it'll be due like early August when they come back, and we'll start plugging away and putting it in.
Thank you. Also for the colleges, I'm hoping to visit. July is my month where I get to just stop by and just visit. So would you like to know if I'm there? I can just visit and walk around. Sometimes I like just being able to do that, but you might want to know if I'm there. So I'll reach out to you and just let you know maybe what's a good day that I can stop by. Because I'd love to be able to just go and walk. But I know you're busy. But if you have time and you'd like to walk around with me or show me new things, I'm happy to just walk with you as well. So I'll send you an email. And then is that how it would work? And then we can coordinate. And so you know when I'll be on campus. Thank you.
Okay, and to our favorite part of the meeting, the evaluation. We can jump in at once. Trustee Perez.
I think there were moments where we had, I think there were moments tonight where we had some good discussion. Robust came to mind, but I don't think it was that powerful, but it was full discussion. And I appreciate every time we do have full discussion on items in front of us, regardless of how the vote ends up. I think we were pretty focused on the item in front of us. We didn't stray off too often to unrelated or too far afield aspects of the issue. And you know, thank goodness for daylight savings time, because it seems like we're getting out of here early anyway.
We started early.
So anyway, thank you.
Trustee Torres.
I think our meeting went wonderful. And despite of maybe a difference in votes, and I say that because the items that require that deliberation required it, and we needed to discuss it as a board, but in consent items, we were pretty much in agreement. And so I think that there is a good compromise in being able to, yes, finish a little bit faster, but not compromising that beautiful, rich conversation that we have as trustees. And I felt we had a good meeting. I felt there was good communication. We followed the process. We were focused. Interaction with staff was respectful and appropriately, as it always is. Us with staff with us. Decisions were made that needed to be made. Compliance with all of the ground rules. Really, there isn't really no area that I can see of improvement. Maybe just as we continue to move forward, we all learn and we're better prepared maybe with future questions that may come up. But other than that, it was a very good meeting.
I got a lot of positives here. I'm excited for some of the in-between conversations to happen between the meetings to hopefully, for me anyways, to get some of those questions answered. I think the only thing that makes it seem like at times that our conversation isn't focused is there's so many moving parts in higher ed, but particularly this district, between the budget, our board, operations, 3 separate colleges, the district, and things that in a calendar year and a fiscal year, maybe better put, don't always align. And trying to make sure that our district and our colleges can, what we know, do as well as they need to do to support our students and community. So that's the only thing that I'm trying to really grasp and look forward to working through. So thanks.
I concur with the comments of my colleagues, and also I realize somewhat, because it's this time of the year, it was a very manageable agenda. It wasn't overly broad, although there are so many moving parts and so many things to be addressed. And I also agree that the decisions were made with good deliberation and good questions were asked. Because I felt, especially tonight, that once answers were given to those questions, that they proved to be, they get more satisfactory as we go along.
Thank you. I think we had great discussions and I appreciated everyone's input. I do think we tiptoed into some operational matters, but there are a lot of moving parts and sometimes we just need to understand them, even though we're not saying what to do. It is hard. We got our agendas on Friday, so it's really hard to get our questions in advance. I was thinking it would have been nice to have some advanced questions on the parking system, et cetera. We wouldn't have had to ask so many questions, but if we don't get the agendas until Friday, it's pretty hard for us to do that. So the earlier we get the agendas, or even if we get a couple of items early by email, that helps us get our questions out sooner. So that's what are my comments. And yes, oh, I'm sorry, you had your report, so no, go ahead.
The agenda, I thought we wouldn't have a lot of discussion, but something in the back of my mind said we would. And I'm glad we did, because I think it's very important that we discuss stuff, even if it may not seem as important, because we need to be assured of our decisions as well as we need to be assured of what we're talking about. So I think tonight was very productive, even though we didn't have that much compared to what was last week, which had like 800
Yeah.
pages. This is only 300 about.
Well, anytime you stuff that 600-page budget in there, it's going to be long.
Yeah. But I think tonight was good. So, yeah.
It is nice to have a light agenda every now and then. I appreciate that. But thank you. Anything else before we adjourn? I would just like to keep in our hearts at adjournment. Former trustee Art Hernandez, his mom passed away on Saturday, so we will keep him in our hearts and thoughts. And with that, we are adjourned.